Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods, where it is a little bit breezy, about 64 degrees. I would say it's more cloudy than sunny. I don't know if you'd say mostly cloudy, but more cloudy than sunny. And we're going to have a walk. They've cut down some of the vegetation, some of the grasses and things like that here and there. And obviously we're getting well into autumn, given the season and just the conditions so far. But we'll have a walk, we'll take a look around, hopefully see some things. What have I seen or heard since I arrived? Canada geese, American goldfinch, mourning dove, red-winged blackbird, blue jay, and I'd say that's about it. But anyway, let's see if we can have a walk. Hope you're all having a good day. We've had, actually I can't speak for Sapsucker Woods, but some colder temperatures did reach the region in the last over the course of this week. It's a little bit warmer again today, but there was frost in many places yesterday morning. Let me just make sure things are up and running here. Quiet. Okay, looks like we are live. All right, let's get a tripod and then we'll have a walk around. From a bird watching perspective, it's been a quiet week for me. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary or surprising. we're ready to go. Just heard a red-winged blackbird. They're singing a little bit every once in a while. As I noted, they've cut down some of the vegetation. You can see the things were cut down here. I think that might have been a red-bellied woodpecker that just flew by. I'm not sure, but it might have been. See there, you should be more careful about this. These needles underfoot are slippery. Oh, I did hear starlings also. I forgot to mention them. European starlings. Did I just hear a cardinal, or was that a starling? Northern cardinal, a female. Oh, she's got a band. Okay, let's move on. Like I said, these needles underfoot are slippery. Number of Canada geese are here. Just looking.
Oh, okay.
Birds.
Well, yes. Let me know if you see anything.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. I don't mean anything. I mean way out there. There's a great egret from here, way out there.
A great egret?
Right in the gap in the second pond there. If you stand where I'm standing.
Okay, let's take a look. Oh, you're right. There is a great egret out there.
I mean, I love birds. Well, I don't know, because I was thinking he's done so many terrible things. Do you mean that? It just walked out of sight, Mom, but there was... Oh, did it walk out?
I can still see it.
There was a white bird out there.
Okay. I see what looks like a tail.
Here you go. If you have a smartphone, scan this. You can keep the card.
Okay.
And you'll see what I'm seeing right now.
Whoa! That's a cool feature.
It really is.
Although the egret's now out of sight.
But that's cool. Oh yeah, so I can see walking.
There's a little bit of a delay.
I'll turn it down. But I saw it.
What
That's a
app
really
does
cool-
that feature? Or is it a website or? No.
I'm streaming live.
I see.
So, and I'm streaming to YouTube. I think I hear a white-throated sparrow nearby.
No doubt.
What is that?
Turn on. You can hold my phone. And so this
I don't think you want to give my phone, your phone to me.
this
because
gentleman here is, we're seeing a live
That's what he's seen through his
version of his
telescope.
scope.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
which one is the gentleman?
Behind
Behind
you.
you there is a man with a telescope.
Oh, I see.
And he is shooting for a spotting scope, actually. And then he is looking at the birds. And then we can watch it on video.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, that's
Really
cool.
My pleasure.
Sometimes there's a kingfisher, so that's what I'm really looking for.
Water down the wrong throat.
Wrong throat.
Yeah.
Have you started the Texas lab yet?
Yes, we've been working with them. It's been going well. What's that? No, I asked for some extra money to go there, and they're not available, so.
Where is there?
Petra. In Jordan. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world. So someday I will go there. I know some people there. Yes, that's the yeah. Some years ago. Yeah. Yeah. People, there's a UN Development Program office there. Yeah. So we're working with 4 people from there. So we work on. What do you mean? We meet on Google Meet or yeah, it's really cool. Really?
All right, we're going to get to the trails.
Yes, and that's going crazy too.
Is there a swamp? I didn't see it or hear it. Can you see it or?
I saw it.
Oh, did you?
It was at
I don't see them too often.
base of the downed logs there.
Well,
Where
maybe
did
it'll
you
go
use
back.
any bird?
Often here, Montezuma. Sometimes often the Cornell campus.
I'm from Brooklyn, so
Oh, welcome.
thank you. I grew up here.
Oh, okay. You know your way around.
But
Yeah. Now that
we have a place in Prospect Park that we call the Sparrow Bowl, where we just funnel in while they're.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, it was super. I saw my first Nelsons this week.
I've never seen one.
Oh my God, it was.
I don't even know what one looks like. So I mean, I haven't seen one like in photos or myself.
I was stunned by how beautiful it was.
I'll bet you know your birds better than I do, but
I might, but it's okay. This is my friend's picture.
oh, cool.
Isn't that beautiful?
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Its face almost looks like that of a bluebird.
It was gorgeous, and it was more lemony yellow on the breast than this picture is showing.
Because of the world situation and anti-authoritarianism, I think, as well as a number of other
I'll let you know if I see it again.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be hitting the trail pretty soon,
Cool, cool.
just so you know.
But it appears to be going up because people are moving their they don't have much. So it seems to be it's like encrypted thing. The important thing to know is this. And I don't know very well that
Just a video for MasterCard. All right, let's get going. just noticed an aroma of you know, fallen leaves. It's funny how memory works. Whenever I happen to notice that, or if I haven't noticed it for a while, my memory goes to a time when I was in elementary school and just walking to school. And it was, you know, fall and there were leaves on the ground and it was kind of wet. But I noticed the aroma back then. And that memory gets reinforced fairly often because I do think of it. Whoa. That's not good. Things are definitely changing. I mean, we've noticed the changes, but I mean now it's almost like it's accelerating in terms of transitioning to autumn conditions or late autumn conditions. It's very rapidly becoming less lush here. A lot less green than there had been. I had thought by the forecast that it was going to be, well, I thought mostly sunny today, but maybe I didn't read it closely enough. I did notice that they're calling for some rain tonight, which we need. We did get rain during the week, but we need more. I don't know if sapsucker received rain. I know, this may surprise you, but I don't live here in the woods. I migrate here regularly. I think I hear a red-bellied woodpecker. A little bit of a breeze, so that's making some noise, but I'm hearing the red-bellied over there somewhere. Go. I hear blue jay. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Is that a blue jay? Come on, Merlin. It's not picking it up. something was vocalizing, and I don't know what it was, and Merlin wasn't able to pick it up. Or I should say my phone's microphone didn't seem to pick it up. Unsurprising to hear blue jays calling. Pretty quiet in this area. I'm not seeing or hearing anything. I might be hearing a squirrel. And the blue jays in the distance. Alright, let's walk a little further along this trail. If there's anyone who happens to be new and maybe you're not familiar with bird watching all that much, but you've decided to give it a try and tune in. If you're thinking, oh, winter's coming and you won't see many more birds, that's far from the case. We've had a lot of good winter bird watching these past years, and it's definitely different than it is in the summertime. Different birds, different situations and settings, but there's usually a lot to see. And I was thinking about it, I think yesterday or maybe it was today, and just some of the things that we have seen in recent years, and I look forward to seeing some of that. I hear a chipmunk. Let's continue this way a little bit. think the chipmunk's in that direction there. And I think I may have heard a human voice, so maybe that's what's causing the chipmunk to vocalize. Oh, I see the people. You know, why is it important that, or why do I care that I'm hearing a chipmunk? Well, it might be vocalizing because it's calling alert for something, and it probably is. And that something, whatever it is, may be something of interest to us. I think I hear a woodpecker, either a hairy or a downy. I think. There are, you know, there's a good number of people here today from what I've seen. I mean, it is overall a reasonably nice day. I mean, it's not cold or hot. And maybe if you just feel like going out for a walk or something. I hear something up ahead. I gotta adjust my backpack. This way hugs the pond if you're interested. That sounds like a red-bellied woodpecker. But did you notice that? Oh, there it is. It's a red-bellied woodpecker. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. It's up there. It just moved down. As it was approaching the tree, before it made the yeah sound, it was making the, I don't know how to duplicate this, but it made a sound that sounds, to me, a lot like a similar sound from a hairy woodpecker. So I have a hard time distinguishing between the two. Maybe if I were to listen to each one with that particular vocalization, maybe I would notice the difference, but I just never have. But you know, I did catch a glimpse of it, but not well. I could see it. I couldn't see colors. All I could see was a silhouette, essentially, and I didn't even see that silhouette all that well, and it was distant, and there were leaves in between and everything. And just goes to show you how important sound is to bird watching. Now, if you're only interested in just what I can see and you're not all that concerned with what might be around, then okay, maybe worry about it a little bit less. Although those sounds, even if you are just interested in seeing birds and not caring about recording, I hear geese, not concerned with what happens to be in the area. You're not keeping track of species or anything like that. Obviously, the sound will often tell you that, okay, there's a given bird in the area, and you should, it's worth a closer look to see it. So again, sound is incredibly important. You can get by without it, of course, but it's helpful. Some people there. Do they see something? Maybe not. I'm hearing a couple chipmunks now. Do you see something?
Well, it's identifying a blue jay,
Oh, okay.
but I just can't see it because we didn't bring binoculars. But it sounds so close, but I know their voices echo.
And Canada geese, and you're hearing a chipmunk in the area.
Oh. That makes sense because we've been seeing a lot of chipmunks running around.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
Sounds like the geese are overhead, so maybe it's more geese coming in. Hello. Nothing to see here. Quiet walk so far overall. Now I'd like to see, remember we did see briefly that great egret. Maybe we'll have a better look. Hold on a second. see it. Hello.
Success today?
You know, it depends on what you consider success. Seeing any birds, that's success. If I had a specific bird in mind, then maybe not. But I don't have any specific birds in mind.
That's a good attitude.
This is action out in front of you.
The great egret is what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
There is a kingfisher.
Oh, there is one?
Yeah.
You see the first brush pile that's rather large. It's the brush pile in back of that.
I see it. There are wood ducks there near the.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another group back further.
And there's a great blue heron out there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, doing some strange stuff. He was so horizontal to the world.
I think I'm hearing a robin. There's the great blue. And the. More wood ducks.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. It's going to be shaking as people come and go. There's a great egret out there.
Oh, yeah.
And there's also semi-hidden a great blue heron out there. And there are wood ducks here and there. And in the distance there's a, I don't know where it went. There was a, oh there it is, a belted kingfisher.
Oh, is it the one that just flew a little?
Well, you see the fallen log that's left to right?
Yeah.
To the left of it there's a small dead tree trunk.
Yeah.
And it's on top of that.
Oh, that's cool. The kingfishers like kind of dive in the water to get
The-
little fish.
to catch a fish, yes.
Yeah.
one of the wood ducks is bathing right now.
That's splashing over
Right,
there.
you can, here, take a look at my camera screen.
Oh my gosh, look, Mom. What'd you say that was called again?
It's a great egret. They're not usually here. Sometimes, but not usually. Great blue heron is much more likely to be here.
I've seen while people fly fish in Ithaca Falls, the great blue herons a lot.
And I'm streaming live, so if you want, you can see what I'm seeing. Just scan that one.
Wow, cool. Thank you.
Mhm.
So cool. Nice. Have a nice day.
You too. Good luck.
Thank you.
Again, as people come and go, it shakes the platform, so it'll steady in a moment. Oh, the great blue heron's in much better view now. I'm glad too. You can see how similar it is to the great egret, but it is larger, and obviously it's more darkly colored. Not much larger, but a little bit larger. Doesn't seem to be catching anything, large or small. There we go. Well, it had something, but maybe it wasn't nothing, and it dropped it. the great egret. Still have a little bit of splashing from the wood ducks, I think. Some Canada geese have come into view. Back before we go to them, well, there they are. I think the great blue heron's out of the water, as far as I can tell. We're very close to being so if it's not. Around with binoculars a bit. American crow. And I think I'm hearing a song sparrow. And someone may be tapping a tree. We're going to move on shortly, I think, but it's always nice to see a grateful heron, and certainly a great egret also. We don't see them often here. Something's kicking up bubbles behind it. I don't know if it's... we're going to move on, I think. This is a good stop. Just being able to... Hold on, looks like I said probably another wood duck. Yes. It's good to see a great egret. Again, we don't see them here too often, although we did see one here a number of weeks ago. Great blue heron, wood ducks, belted kingfisher, other birds vocalizing nearby, including red-winged blackbird, and I think blue jay, and probably a robin and song sparrow. Most of the flowers are gone, and then again, I haven't seen. I think I might have seen one bee of some sort. So I haven't been seeing a lot of insects flying around. A few, and as I made my way here and everything, I hear a white-breasted nuthatch. I think oh, hold on, stay right there, whatever you are. Uh-oh, did you move? Well, something else is here, hold on. I hear a chickadee. Okay, that might have been a chickadee also. Who was that? Was that a... There's a chance that was a... There's a chance that was a yellow rump warbler, but I'm not sure. And now we've got various birds around. Hold on one second. Let's get Merlin out. I am hearing black-capped chickadee. American crow. Merlin agrees on those two, but I'm not hearing it. I'm not getting it to pick up anything else. I don't know what that is. Hold on, come on. Oh, there it is. Oh, I think it flew on. chickadee here. I think that's a ruby crown kinglet, but I'm not sure. I hear the white-breasted nuthatch again. And I don't know if we saw a pine warbler possibly earlier. Just heard a white-throated sparrow and American crow. Hold on, I gotta get Merlin out. Oh, hold on. It seems like the... Oh, come on. I love Merlin, but it's got some quirks in terms of its operating it, quite honestly. Okay, it's saying that it's hearing a ruby-crowned kinglet. And it is picking up the song sparrow. Good. Should pick up... Yeah, there's a black-capped chickadee, but... I think I just heard a northern flicker also in the distance. Merlin did not pick it up. Well, it's not picking up. It seems like much of that activity has diminished. I don't see a lot of movement now. Oh, maybe, oh, hold on. So we've been watching a number of birds we don't see every day ourselves, including ruby-crowned kinglet, another sparrow, or I'm sorry, not sparrow, another warbler of some sort. I'm not sure what it was. We'll move on shortly. I think that, I may be wrong, I think that was a hairy. That's the sound that's either a hairy or a red-bellied woodpecker. That confuses me. Okay, we're gonna move on. It's good to see the ruby-crowned kinglets, but you know, they move around quite a bit, and they can be challenging to just heard a white-throated sparrow. They can be challenging to get on camera as they go from branch to branch, and they stay, you know, they don't really come out in the open for very long, and in a cooperative location. I see a sparrow over there. Maybe a couple. It's amazing that they can be so active, moving around so much, and burning all that energy, but they manage to survive. Oh, I see a robin. I'll see these every day this time of year. And I just heard a different one. What was that? Oh, come on, come back into view. What was that? Is that a redpoll? All of a sudden I can't remember exactly what a redpoll looks like. Usually if I see one, I'm like, okay, that's a redpoll, but I don't know what that was. It could be something with, with immature coloration, I don't know. It's probably a purple finch. Okay. I took a photo of it with Merle, and that's probably a purple finch. We don't see those every day either. And I think I'm hearing it. Very similar to the house finch, but with a sweeter, smoother, less burry song than the house finch has. Hold on a second. I'm going to leave you in place. Let's keep going. And the robin. There are a few bees around here. Good. And right above us, I think it's another, or one of the, oh, that's probably a yellow-rumped warbler there. Beautiful bird. Uh-oh, it's starting to rain. Let's, again, I'm going to keep you in place, I think. Sometimes I keep you in place because, you know, I want to be able to very quickly get you to see what I'm seeing. Something's Something was near the water there. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to move on, I think. Uh-oh, here comes the rain. It's welcome, though. Okay, I am going to leave you in place for different reasons now. Turned out to be an interesting walk. Thank you. look around with binoculars a bit. It's a blue jay. Just took off again. Okay, let's continue on. Oh, so recording. By the way, speaking of recording, if you tuned in last week, you might recall we were watching a lot of swallows in Montezuma later in the day. And at one point, I got out of the car and I recorded things on a different camera. And while you continued to watch on this camera. And so, just so you know, I did take a lot of still photos. They didn't come out quite as well as I had thought originally, but I also recorded a few video segments. And if you want to see those swallows, I'd suggest checking out the YouTube channel, because I posted a video there. And one thing nice about it is I think even on YouTube you can stop, and when you do, the view is fairly clear. Put it in 4K though.
So the question is it enough to make it neutral?
So if you want to see the swallows, you can see them pretty well. And I'm not an expert on any birds, including swallows, but it seemed to me that the majority, I'm not going to say all of them, but the majority seemed to be tree swallows, or at least they looked like them. It could have been a different swallow, I don't know. But anyway, see for yourself if you're interested, because I thought it was kind of neat to see them go to the water like they were going. Occasionally you would see one bird fly along and go to the water, continue to skim above it, and then go back to the water. So that was, it was enjoyable, and I thought it was worth sharing. What do we have up there? red-winged blackbird. And another here, I believe. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh yeah, okay. Lots of roots here. A great blue heron?
Yeah.
Thank you. I see it. Same area where we saw one last week. Not in good view, and there's not much I can do about it. And as I was walking here, I saw something fly around to our right, a smaller bird, but it's not in view right now. I don't know what it was. We're going to move on, I think, just because the heron is not in good view. And we had a pretty good view of the one that was on the main pond. Just heard a robin. Something is up in that tree there, something small. Let me see with binoculars. I'm not sure what it is. Yellow rump warbler, maybe? They're very photogenic. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Hold on, I think probably American goldfinches if I had to guess. Up above us, maybe. And they're gone, except for maybe one, whatever they are. Well, I don't know. Behind us. Something's here. Ruby crown kinglet. Ruby crown kinglet. Yellow warbler right here. Alright, we're gonna move on. Did you see it? The ruby crown kinglet?
They're all so similar, it's hard for me to tell them apart.
Well, the kinglet's smaller and almost rounder in a way. Good luck. all this down here. They may have done that before last week, I'm not sure. But we're going to head to the car and then go to the campus. I think it's probably a mourning dove up there. Because it is. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's too bright. Really a nice walk overall when you consider the species we saw, including, like I said, some that we don't happen to see every week. I think I hear a lot of red-winged blackbirds over there. I don't necessarily see them, but I hear them. Oh, it's late. It is late. Spent more time here than I thought. People I spoke with just most recently who were, you know, I mentioned the ruby crown kinglet and the yellow rumped warbler to them, young people, and one of them, oh hold on, what's going on here? One of them was using a monocular, and just a small thing, and I have to say probably in a monocular. What's going on with connections here? Alright, going to the campus. 64 degrees still, according to my thermometer. That may change as we drive a bit. I would not be surprised if the temperature has dropped, just because there's less sunshine, and I don't know if something is coming in, you know, some rain. We've had a few drops, nothing major. But at one point I said I wanted to keep you in place, meaning on the scope, for a different reason, and that different reason was just because things tend to stay drier. You know, less water on the lens or in the way, and just keeps things simpler. So we're heading to the campus now, and we'll have a relatively short look around, and then we'll take a break. Still reading 64. I know. Thank you, RC. RC is looking at some of the birds that we saw there. I thought the word I said was pine warbler, although I'm not even sure what they look like, but somehow that randomly came to my head. But I'm not saying it was. I don't know. That one of those other birds I saw, I believe, was a purple finch, I think, and it seemed to be in, not yet in full colors. And what else did we see that might have confused me there? I think those were the ones that confused me. That one bird now in the Fuller Wetlands area, and that wasn't far from the Fuller Wetlands. There has been, and forgive me, I've forgotten the name of it, but there has been. There have been multiple reports of a rare bird. It was a white, and I'm not saying we saw it, okay? But there has been a white-eyed vireo in the Fuller Wetlands area and maybe other areas. That's what I've seen over the last couple days. I don't even know what one looks like, to be honest with you. So, but I don't believe we saw that. Now, RC is thinking that we may have seen a vireo, so who knows? I don't know. But RC is going to take a more careful look at. I see a gull in the distance. Not that it rained heavily, but I didn't expect any rain at all during the day. I thought I might see some on my way home, after packing up. Or maybe not. Actually, it was probably going to come back later. Come through later. But I was expecting cloudiness tonight and a reasonable chance of rain overnight, and then I think in the next, I didn't really look carefully, but I think in the next couple days we may be seeing more rain, and we need more rain. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I'm eager to see what things look like, for instance, at the Knox Marcellus Marsh. I did not like how dry it all was last week, and I can't say it's going to be all filled up. It would just be nice if there's some additional water there. It's that location, and that's what we see from East Road. That location is naturally filled, so there's, to my knowledge, never any effort to fill it with water by humans. What interests me, I wonder how it all works out, and maybe what is happening with water levels there, maybe it doesn't matter. But I remember I told you, maybe it was earlier in the summer, that I had been in the visitor center and there was someone in there who had earlier in the day been removing water chestnut plants, along with one or two other people, I guess, from Knox Marcellus. And and this last week, for instance, we saw that for the majority of it was dry. Now maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe that maybe water chestnut plants, which tend to choke things out, that's why they were trying to remove them. Maybe they can survive a complete dry out. I don't know. But anyway, back then, whenever it was, they were removing them because they, like I said, and I don't know if they're invasive or not, but they definitely can spread and choke out all the other vegetation and everything, and cause problems. So that's why they were removing the water chestnut plants. If you think about it, it's a pretty large area. Now maybe they only grow in one part of it or something, I don't know, but you have to admire the effort. I'm also looking forward to seeing Wildlife Drive, to see, I don't know if they've continued pumping water. I don't know if the pumping is done. Maybe it's all done and has been all done, and it's just that we can't see much water because of the vegetation. But anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing however it looks, and just watching what activity, if any, bird activity will be there. Welcome to the Cornell campus. It's 64 degrees. A little bit of rain. And we're not going to spend, I don't believe we're going to spend too much time here on the campus, because I would like to get to the Montezuma area and have some time to look around. Probably fewer people walking around today than last week, I'm guessing. already looks like that. Partly because of the weather, and maybe, I don't know what's going on the campus today, if anything. Last week there was a football game. I don't know if they have another game today. Oh, another thing, unrelated to birds. It was brought to my attention by Barbie that that Rush, my favorite band, is going to go on, and have a limited tour next year. And you may, if you know Rush at all, you may wonder, like, well, how can this be? I mean, their drummer, Neil Peart, widely regarded as one of the best or the best drummer in rock and roll, he passed away in 2020. And, he had essentially retired before that anyway. And at least in terms of live shows, but I don't think he wanted to do that anymore. And but they decided they wanted to tour again, and that's in their blood. It really is, and always has been. And they have they've selected a drummer, and Annika, I think it's, well, I've heard various ways to pronounce her name. I don't know if it's Niles or Niels, or I don't know, but anyway, she will be drumming for them, and if I was asked, how do I feel about this? Well, I don't know. I know Geddy Lee, for instance, the lead singer and bassist. He's 72 years old, but if I was thinking about it just yesterday. You know what? If they can put on a good show, an honest to goodness, good show that's really enjoyable, not just something to do for the sake of doing it, not just for nostalgia purposes that their fans, to fulfill their fans' dreams. If they can actually put on a good show, then more power to them, as far as I'm concerned. That's if they can. Now, if they can't, then that's a different story. But over the last couple of days, I've been watching parts of a movie, a documentary movie, really documenting their last tour, which I think took place in 2015, I think. Their final tour, and which maybe obviously not so final anymore. The movie's called Time Stands Still, and it's really quite good, especially if you are a Rush fan. It's quite good. There is a little profanity in it, and you can see some references to their prior, as a rock band, their alcohol use and whatever, and whatever, but it's an enjoyable movie. It really is. And a lot of that movie focuses on not just the band, but the fans. And Rush does have a connection with its fan base, no question about it. And at the time of the movie's recording, they had already been around for 40 years, and it's not like the Rolling Stones with their whatever number of years, where they're sure they go out on tour. I don't know if they're producing any new music or anything, and quite honestly, I don't know why the Rolling Stones would go out. But maybe they put on a good show. I don't know. But anyway, they're going to have a number of shows, and I guess I wouldn't necessarily myself want to go to one of them live, but I would be curious to see, if they come out with a Blu-ray or something like that, well produced and everything, with multiple camera angles and other things like that. I'd be curious to see it, no doubt, for a number of reasons. Can they put on a good show? How well would this drummer fill in for Neil Peart? I saw one video with a YouTube person, Rick Beato, and he said, I don't know if he was just speculating that she would end up doing some of her own thing. And now personally, I would be against that, and not because it's terrible to do anything different from Neil Peart. But personally, when I hear a song in concert, I like it to be pretty faithfully, played and faithful to the original recording. I don't mind sometimes an extra here or an extra thing there, or maybe an extra flourish, whatever. But I personally like them to play whatever, whoever it is in concert. I like it to be pretty faithful to the original studio recording, unless they can somehow truly make it better, or I guess for me, what I should say is, very often the version I like first of a song is what I like most ends up, might be the one I heard first. And there are a few Rush songs that I, having been given, a live album, I heard those before I heard the studio album, which I had not yet owned at the time. One song that comes to mind that's actually faithfully played, but a little bit different. The song is called "The Trees," and I first heard that on the live album "Exit Stage Left" before I heard it on the studio album. I believe it's on Hemispheres, and there's one aspect of the live version I like better, one or two, and it just seems like in the studio version they're not played as, certain notes are not played as forcefully as they were that day it was recorded in concert. So anyway, they are planning on going out, and having a limited tour. And like I said, if they went out essentially on a high note when they finished their last tour, and even in the movie Time Stands Still, you hear them talk about just the various shows on that tour, and they felt like they were playing very well. Really, all three of them in sync on stage, and just getting song after song just the way they like it. And during that tour, they had their health issues to deal with, especially Neil Peart. In the movie, they discuss his he had problems with his feet, and that were very, very painful. But he soldiered on and still managed to play all the shows that they were scheduled to play. And give them credit for that kind of a work ethic. They could have easily just said, he's not feeling well. We have to cancel the show, but that's not what they did. What are you looking at? So anyway, there's... Oh, hold on. RC sent me a photo. Well, RC is thinking that second Vireo we saw, I can't share it, sorry. Oh, maybe I don't know. Thinks it may have been the white-eyed Vireo. I don't know what a white-eyed Vireo looks like, so I can't really look at that and say, oh, yes, one way or the other. But you know what? Chances are... Well, I think chances are that's what it was. I would have to guess. I can look at things later also, and I was recording through much of that, so I might, what I have recorded in camera might be a little bit better. I'll have to look when I get a chance. I'm not always recording in camera. I'm not recording right now unless I'm doing so accidentally. But I try when we're seeing something that we might appreciate having a better copy of later, I try to record. And every once in a while I find that I'm not recording when I would want to be recording. Either because I have unknowingly reached the recording limit. There's, my camera has a recording limit. If you push record, it'll only record for so long before it ends the recording. That's just how it is. And, or sometimes maybe I thought I was recording and I just never had pushed the record button, or, And every once in a while, there are times when I am recording and I didn't want to record. Didn't need to. I was recording earlier and I forgot to push the stop button. Oh, wait a second. Do I see something? No. Never mind. Well, we'll go this way anyway since we're already turned around. Some starlings. Ground, I don't know if you've noticed, is a little wet here, so maybe they received a little bit more rain than we saw at Sapsucker, or it was just more consequential than I realized. But now we're on, looks like it's Well, no, it's still maybe a little damp here. One spot the sun looks like it's trying to poke through, but there's heavy cloud cover. Back to with Rush. I've liked their music for a long time. I remember first hearing one of their songs, I was still in grade school. And it's probably their most famous song, Tom Sawyer. And I don't know if I really thought about it much back then, if I liked it or not, I don't know, but then I came to like it eventually. There are things about it I liked. And in fact, I think I may have even heard it on the radio and just recorded it onto a cassette tape to have a copy of it, if I remember right. And so that was it. I may have heard a few other Rush songs, I think, here and there. And then I was enrolled in a program, a summer program at meant for high school students who intended to, eventually go on to college. And this was supposed to, I guess it was supposed to, provide some, maybe a feather in your cap for applications, and also maybe, I think I see some Canada geese on Beebe Lake. Yes. And it was supposed to also maybe help to acclimate you to what college is like. So I was in this program, and this was between my junior year and senior year in high school. I nearly ran over a squirrel. It just jumped right out. Luckily, I didn't get it. And I think we'll turn around. And this program went on a field trip. And and quite honestly, I don't know what the purpose of the field trip was. I don't know if it accomplished anything. But anyway, went on this field trip, and as it happens, we visited a planetarium. And during the whole presentation at the planetarium, they had a preset recording that they played on the dome. They used a song called Mystic Rhythms by Rush. And I think I noticed and recognized it as Rush. And that, you might say, well, okay, big deal. Well, the style of that album that Mystic Rhythms came from, which is called the album's Power Windows, is quite a bit different from the style of the album from which Tom Sawyer came from, which was Moving Pictures. And not only was the style different, but Geddy Lee's voice is different. I mean, not radically different, but it's different. You know, there were a number of years between those two. And but I recognized it as Rush, or at least I thought it was Rush. Sounded like Rush. I think this is Rush. And I liked the song, I think, upon my first hearing it. And I didn't do anything about it. But then, I think later on, within a few months or so, or maybe a little bit more, probably a few months, there was some kind of news program on TV one night. And during the end credits, they played that same song. And I heard it. And you know, I was like, you know, I really like this song. I couldn't even remember. I had a hard time remembering the name of the song. It's called Mystic Rhythms, but I was like, was it Rhythmic Dreams? What is it? What is this song? Couldn't remember. And, but eventually, I did find out and figure things out. And, very often people or Rush fans would say, ask each other, what was the first album you bought? And, some people think it's almost like you should be ashamed. You're not a real Rush fan if you choose their most popular album, and that's, Moving Pictures. I think it's like you're special somehow if you actually maybe liked Rush before that or whatever. I don't know. Don't care. But when asked the question, what was your first Rush album? Well, I was able to say honestly that I bought my first album at the same time I bought my second album. And I don't know which one you'd consider first, but I bought Moving Pictures and Power Windows at the same time. Same purchase. Where did I buy these albums? Right here on this campus, as it turns out. Happened to be here visiting, and we all went to the Cornell campus store, and that's where I bought the cassettes. Yes, cassettes. I later bought them on CD. And for me, that's where it all started in terms of Rush music. And over the next, 2 or 3 years, I ended up acquiring all the studio albums, and I believe all the regular releases of concert albums. There may have been individual singles or whatever. Like for instance, there was one thing that had 4 songs on it. I did buy it thinking or hoping it was maybe something else, and it was really something I probably shouldn't have bothered to buy, but it had a couple, 1 or 2 live performances on there. But anyway, over the next couple of years, I acquired all of them, and to this day, I still listen to Rush all the time. And I don't do it because I have to do it because I want to say that I do it. I genuinely enjoy the music. some people, they like their older stuff only. They don't like the newer albums or even the albums that came after Moving Pictures. And, I don't know what it is. They are of different styles, but for me anyway, they kind of resonate, and I like the music from, all their eras. And but I will say I'm not gonna pretend I like every single one of their songs, but there are a couple that I don't really like that much. And I think there's even one song that I saw it was an interview I saw years ago, and I can't remember who was in the interview. If it was all three of them or just two of them. And I'm now struggling to remember the name of the song. It was on the Hold Your Fire album. I think it was Tai Shan, and they don't even like it. I think they feel it was a mistake to have that song on the album. And in fact, like if I wanted to play it for you now, I don't believe it's on my phone anywhere, or if it is, it's in just a song listing, but not in any playlists that I would ordinarily play. We saw Big Red last week. We did not see Arthur, and so far I've seen nobody today. But we'll look for a few more minutes. And then we'll take a break. Can't wait till some of this construction is done. It's not even that I want to go in these buildings or whatever. I don't I haven't been in plant science in years, and actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say years, but I don't go in there very regularly, that's for certain. And this new building to our right that we have officially determined is unnecessary. I don't have any desire to go in that, but the construction itself is making it harder for us to get around, including the construction here to our left on Rice Hall. It'd be nice when that's done. Raining a bit now. I wonder if they're going to do anything with Little Rice Hall. I mean, it's, you know, that's all cordoned off also, so I don't know if they're doing anything with that or not. I wonder, wait, are they using it? I can't remember if they're using it as like a construction office. I don't know. Don't know. Whatever the case, can't get into it now. Even, you know, this past spring and summer, you know, it was just sometimes tough to get around looking for our hawks just because of all this construction and all the areas that are closed off. It made it more difficult. So I'm looking forward to it all being removed. Now, when will that happen? I don't know. I would not be the least bit surprised if it's all closed off, you know, into this coming spring and summer. Well, everybody, I think we're going to take a break because it's getting late, and I'd like to get going. And I'm not finding anybody, so I think we'll take a break now. And I think we're looking at about between 5 and 5:15, somewhere around there. Okay? Let's see if you got the message. Okay, you got the message. I did look, I just saw the chat room. I did look at McGraw Hall. Did I see anybody up there? No. Did I look as thoroughly as I should have? Maybe not. I don't know, but we've got to go anyway. So I'll see you all in Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma. It is 61 degrees, mostly cloudy, a little bit breezy, not terribly breezy, but a little bit of a breeze. And we are here to have a look around. I've seen or heard, we just saw a Canada goose together, and I saw pigeons on the way in. And it's been otherwise quiet. I just saw something else fly in the distance, but I'm not sure what it was. We are a little earlier than I had predicted. I just managed to get everything packed up and brought here fairly quickly. So I thought, well, why wait? Let's start. So we're starting. We are starting. Hearing something in the distance. Oh, and I see some birds up above, smaller birds. Might be starlings. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I did not have any traffic issues on the way here, but in terms of seeing any birds, there was really nothing to see. No surprise, given the time of year. Nothing on the lake yet, for instance, but I think I hear red-winged blackbirds. Oh, right there. And in the distance, some ducks out there. All right, I've got to get my as I noted, I'm was looking forward to coming here and seeing what's happened in terms of water levels. I suspect not much, but we'll see. Canada geese. In some ways, it's a little early yet in terms of migration, but with any luck, we'll see many Canada geese before migration's all done, including sometimes many at any one single time. If you've never been here before during a migration period, it can be pretty impressive. It all depends on, our timing and everything. Would we be here at the right time to see a lot of Canada geese? Will they come here, for instance, to Wildlife Drive? That remains to be seen. And that's true every year, but that remains to be seen this year because they drained the main pool, and I don't know if it's been refilled fully yet or not, if they finished the job. Even if they did finish the job, is it Is it to the liking of the geese, or will they go elsewhere? I don't know. You know, with all these tall grasses that seem to be still here, maybe not. Was that a mosquito? I think so, maybe. Maybe not, I don't know. Gulls, I'm not sure what they were. I saw somebody out there with a slow wing beat. Got some more Canada geese at ground level here. And who's back there? Oh, is that a, yeah, that's a ringneck duck, I think. Let's take a look. We haven't seen any in a while. Okay, get situated here so we can do that. Come on, wire, get off of me. Oh, up ahead, just saw a bald eagle. And I just heard a mailer from the main pool side. Oops, wrong way. Good enough. Oops. Hold on a second. This is no good. So these are ring-necked ducks. The male is on the left, and that is a female on the right. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. That's definitely a male there. Yeah, it looks like a female with that white on the behind the bill. Oh, another one. Did I hear a wood duck? Just heard a mallard. So we have Canada geese here. Oh, wood ducks there. You see behind them? Female with the white around her eye, and behind her is a very bright, elaborately, ornately colored male. And he seems to be in breeding colors. Oh, and there are more wood ducks right here. That's a male there at center. Another male. Female. Female. Female behind these Canada geese here. I want you to look at these Canada geese. Some are doing, making efforts to feed. But these over here, see, they're not doing that because they're not really, this isn't a good spot for grazing. Maybe at the edges it would be, but and I note that because, with geese we see them doing some feeding sometimes in the water, but they primarily graze on, on dry land. I hear a blue jay. Look at that duck. That's a wood duck. Can you imagine something in the real world is colored like that? It's just amazing. And the female's beautiful too. But look at his red eye. Look at the green on top of his head and the elaborate striping. And then the tan colored flank. Oh, we've got... Guess who's back? Looks like we have activity from the swallows again. I'm not going to get out today, not right now, unless there's something a little different, or maybe even more of them than we're seeing now. So does that mean there? I haven't seen a lot of swallows yet, but maybe they're. Oh, hold on. Maybe they're just arriving, or something. Hold on a second. This is in the way. I mentioned it earlier today. We saw this sort of thing last week, maybe even at a an even greater level. I did upload to YouTube what I recorded separately, so if you have any interest in seeing that, it's available on YouTube now. Okay, we're going to move on. Might switch cameras again, I think. They were not here when we first arrived to start looking. Okay, I'm going to leave everything in place. I think they've kind of moved on a little bit. Now let's look for that eagle. I don't know if the eagle's still where I saw it land. I think I'm hearing a greater yellowlegs, or one of the yellowlegs. Okay, let's stop right here for a moment. More limited viewing area here. I'm not sure who those ducks are. They look kind of small. They could be green-winged teals, but I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. See the purple? I don't know if green-winged teals have that. I don't think they do. So I don't know who they are. They might even be, believe it or not, there's a mallard back there. They might even be another mallard. Could be mallards. Okay, let's drive forward a bit. Some of the geese are taking off, maybe. I don't know where they're going. You know, it looks like they're heading towards the main pool side of things. I don't know how much water is there for them. Could be a lot for all I know, but and I don't know if they're going to land or not, or if they're just going to continue on. Hold on a second. I may have... Did I hear a gadwall? Maybe. Yeah, I think I am hearing gadwalls. From the other side, not from here. Wood duck? Female wood duck there. Okay, the viewing here is not great. Oh, might get better if I move forward here a little bit. But it's more Canada geese. I don't know if there's anything else here that... Well, back there's a mallard, at least one. I thought I might have seen something else. Another mallard. Shoveler. So that's a northern shoveler there, preening, male, not yet in full breeding colors. Look at his large bill. I'm hearing tree swallows again. Don't know where they might be though. Oh, here they are. A little bit. Not as much as in the other pool. You can see they're flying around through our view. Alright, we're going to keep going though. In many ways, they were the highlight of last week's tour. Certainly one of the highlights. All right, 1 second here. Okay, let's keep going. And really, last week to see as many as we saw, and you know, they're flying around and everything, it's just interesting to me anyway. So far I haven't seen all that many cars here today, but no surprise. And that's, you know, actually often true regardless of the time of year and conditions. Very often it's quiet. Now if there is, for instance, a rarity being reported, very often that will, you know, that'll bring a lot of people here, or any of the, you know, any of the areas that we visit in the greater Montezuma area. Hearing a blue jay in the distance. look like mallards, I think. And that's from color. I'm not an expert on, shapes and things like that, especially in flight. The one in front might be an American black duck. That's my guess, actually. So far, I don't get the sense that there are quite as many swallows here today as we saw last week, but it could be that they just haven't yet really come into view, or something else is going on. I don't know. Or it could be that many of them are in the area but perched and I just haven't noticed them. Who knows? It's through the windshield. I'm not sure what they are. And I have, on multiple occasions now, heard what I believe is a gadwall vocalization. So, I think there are gadwalls here. And, as you can see, we can't see any open water, at least like from here. So, I don't know what this migration season is going to be like. Okay, red-winged blackbirds. I thought they might be red-winged blackbirds up there. When we were about to leave Sapsucker Woods, and you see here now, and we saw her earlier, a little ways back. Why am I pointing? You can't see me point. A little ways back, the red-winged blackbirds, they're in more of a flocking behavior mode. We don't see that, in the spring. When they're all, they're more territorial and maybe chasing after each other. But this time of year, okay, what do I see? First of all, some geese, I think, yes. And then in the distance, that could be an eagle up there. Yes, bald eagle up there. It could be the same eagle we saw earlier, because I haven't seen it in the trees, nearby trees. Could be the same one, I don't know. believe the same geese. Canada geese. You know, it's tempting to go to that tower and go and climb the tower and just see if we can have a higher level look and see how much water is there, if any is visible at all. Come on. Can't tell what that is. There's a cloud. Well, not a cloud, but a flock. Let me look with binoculars. Okay, they're Canada geese also by the looks of things. Just a little distant. I'm having a hard time getting the camera to focus on them. Now, ahead, we've got this vehicle here. They do seem to be interested in taking photos. They've got a camera pointed out the window. I wonder if they're seeing something. Oh, I see some ducks here. And... oh, those are pintails. Or that one is, anyway. Cute. Alright, let's see if we can get a closer look. And some shovelers. And I'm hearing something else. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. I'm glad we're seeing this. This is how they often feed, the northern shoveler. Look at that bill. It's used to filter things, I believe. You're hearing a mallard right now. And I hear a wood duck. Oh, I think I just saw it maybe, but it landed. We won't be able to see it. Northern pintail. Hello. Female. And did I hear oh, that's an American coot right there, not a duck, with the white bill. Best look we've had at one in a while. Where'd he go? Wait a minute, who's that? Are these gadwalls? These are wait, no, I don't know. No, those are pintails. Okay. And but that, I think that's a green-winged teal, if I'm not mistaken. I think I might be hearing American widgeons. Oh, hold on. Knock it off. Oh, can't move. We've got something was gliding in the air. I'm not sure what it was. Oh, it might come again, but I've got some vegetation in my way. Oh, it's a great blue heron in the distance. The great blue heron was gliding. Okay. Northern shoveler. We won't stay here too long, but it's nice to see these ducks and to have actually a decent view of them, even though we've got vegetation to cope with. Oh, did you hear that? That was a wood duck. And these, I believe, that's a green-winged teal, I believe. And we have some, again, northern pintails. And I'm hearing Canada geese. And, well, look, see that pintail? It's female. There's a long tail, but not as long as the male. We haven't seen a male yet. Okay, we'll move on shortly. Let's just see if there's anything else. Hear that almost like a wheezing? I can't duplicate it. I believe those are widgeons, but I could be wrong. Sometimes they have a wheezing sound, but then again, every once in a while you hear that from Canada geese too. This is, it's promising. I mean, there's a significant amount of water there that we were just looking at. I can't show it to you very well, you know, with this. Hold on. Ducks flying around a little bit. Oh, here they come. I'm not going to get them. But this is promising in terms of water. And, you know, who knows? I mean, this could be, you know, great for the ducks, not necessarily great for us, you know, in terms of being able to see them. I don't know. Who was that? Might have been, I don't know if they were, well, I don't know. They almost looked like, ring-necked ducks, but I'm not sure. So I'll say again, in the normally we're lucky enough here to see large numbers of ducks and maybe some coots and maybe other birds that are migrating through. or migrating into the area, depending on the species. And but right now there's a lot of vegetation above the water level, but maybe there's more water there than it appears. We've seen hold on. Oh, hold on. I don't know if I'm going to get him. Some kind of sparrow or something, I think. But it's moved on already. Normally, in recent years, this has been... Oh, hold on a second. Could anything be there? Maybe not. It's been more open water, and you can see the birds very readily as they swim on the surface. I don't know what's going to happen if I really doubt that all the grasses are going to be all down below the water surface by the time the huge numbers of ducks might be around, but I don't know. It's possible, but I think unlikely. But we'll see. Whatever happens, happens, and we'll do the best we can to watch it. You can probably see there's some water, but that's... Oh, hold on, that's something. Who's that? I think another northern pintail. Looks like it. Hold on, some ducks are flying by. I think they were wood ducks. Okay. See things like this. Keep driving. We'll try to take a look at that eagle in a moment. It's still there in the tree. In terms of things that are visible, I'm not seeing any ducks or anything now. Yes, I know. we're going to move on. There's a vehicle up ahead, and there's somebody out of the vehicle trying to take photos of the eagle. And you know what? It's good to see. It's good to see that, you know, eagles inspire people to try to take photos. They're definitely impressive birds. Now, I just drove by him, and he looked at me while I drove by. I wonder if he wonders, did he not see the eagle? But he might have. No, I think he may have seen me pull over. I don't know. The small area up ahead on the left where you know, there's often like a little, almost like a separate pool, or at least it seems like a separate pool. It was almost dry last week, essentially dry except for a puddle or two. I'm wondering if there's any water there now. Is that the same eagle? You know, it might be, because I'm looking back now at that dead tree, and I don't see it in the tree, so that could be the same eagle. Hold on, what's that? Yeah, I don't. Looking back at that tree, I don't see it. So I suspect that's the same eagle that we just saw that had been in that dead tree earlier that we looked at. Nice of it to stay in. Oh, egrets, I think. Great egrets. More. It is, you know, getting late in the day, so I wonder if they're gathering in a local area. There might be a little bit more water than there had been last week here. That's a larger puddle, but it's still, you know, overall pretty dry. But as I recall, there was less water there last week than there is now. Maybe I may be wrong, but remember last week we saw some when we were driving over those bridges. Oh, and one other thing that's not really important, but after the tour last week, I was driving back and I went through that temporary traffic light situation without having to wait. It was a green light. First time. So lots of nothing on either side of us now. These grasses. And not even any water to see at all. Even in this channel that's to our left, I don't see any water at all. So I am concerned. I wonder if they stopped the pumping or what. They might have. Or maybe they just, I don't know. Also, a reminder that, this is, okay, again, this is Wildlife Drive, and the drive closes at the end of November. Closes for the season. And it won't reopen until, weather permitting, April 1st. And as I've explained many times before, as much as I, would miss being here and seeing birds on the drive, in wintertime, if things are frozen over, there's a lot less activity to be seen in the first place. So even though the drive is closed, we may not be missing all that much. Yeah, I don't see any water here. 59 degrees now. A few minutes ago I looked and it still said 61, but now it says 59. So anyway, Wildlife Drive will be closed at the end of the day, November 30th, and unless they, and I doubt they will, but unless they keep it open. As I say each year, there had been a few years ago when they kept it open for maybe like another week, maybe even 2, just because the weather was decent, but they haven't done that in recent years. But anyway, even if they close it right on time, like they probably will, there are other things to see up here. And, things shift. As I've explained many times, there are some areas that we don't bother with in the warmer months. Well, they'll be worth bothering with later on. Oops. Sorry, I want to do that. Bug out of my car, if I can, for its own sake. I think of that area, those fields along Route 31, and I doubt they've been harvested already. And if they haven't, and even if there are birds there, we can't see them, with the taller crops there. But if they have been harvested, very often they can draw a lot of birds. So, as I've been trying to say, certainly autumn during migration, but even wintertime birding can be pretty interesting. Quite good. I mean, it's not like it's if you happen to maybe find a bird. I mean, there's usually some good bird watching to be done. Now, sometimes you can come up here, red light. Sometimes you can come up here, drive around a bit and see very little. I mean, that does happen. And but tends to, what do I see in the air? Canada goose. Another Canada goose, I think. Yes. We tend to have some good bird watching to be done between, the Montezuma area also and Ithaca. Various spots that are worth stopping in and just having a look. A lot of waterfowl. And sometimes the waterfowl draws other birds. Last year we went to during winter we went to a place I don't really have a name for it, and we hadn't gone there before. But my thinking is, there are going to be times when it's going to be worth visiting again this coming year, most likely. And you never know, we might have some good bird watching there as well. Probably will. If it's of the... Somebody's flying around overhead. If it's of the sort of thing we saw last year. When we were there, though, the sun was working against us very much. There are other spots right along this road, back actually behind us. Right now, I wouldn't even consider stopping. Mace Point looks dry. I wouldn't even consider stopping at some of those locations. Oh, I see some cormorants. Got cars behind me. More cormorants in the trees. Again, I've got cars right behind me, so I can't really pull over for them. And just above the road, flying now, that was another cormorant. Oh, and great egrets. We're going to turn around. Just a quick look or two. Just a quick look or two. And some cormorants are up there too, double-crested cormorants. One reason why we spent as much time as we did, there's a cormorant, as we did watching the great egret and the great blue heron at Sapsucker Woods was because I thought, we might not get a good chance to look at any, depending on how things go in Montezuma. And, certainly at Wildlife Drive we saw some in flight, the great egrets, but that was it. We didn't get to see any, at ground level and hunting. And same thing is true of the great blue heron. We didn't even see any I saw one great blue heron in flight, but you didn't see it. I didn't show it to you. In some ways, even though we don't have the bright sunshine, this viewing is better. Hold on, I've got to go. This viewing is better because without the bright backlighting, we're able to see the cormorants a little bit better. Let's turn around again. We might have another look at them. Another great egret in the air. Just crossed over the bridge. And let's take a quick look at some of these cormorants while we're here. Car coming. They look black very often when we see them, but they're not quite as dark as they appear so often. Okay, we're going to move on. Just drove by that eagle's nest that we looked at a little bit earlier in the spring. Maybe I should have stopped and looked at the great egrets, but we had a good look at one at Sapsucker. Granted, it wasn't perched in a tree, but we saw it well. Road. It's 58 degrees here. And up ahead on the utility lines, number of mourning doves. I just saw a sparrow fly. I think it was a sparrow fly across the road, and there's another one to the left of us in the cornfield. No. Uh-oh. 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 I don't like that. I don't like that. There's like almost no water down there. Let's give you a quick look, and then I think we're going to move right on. Right on. There might be some at the very edge, the perimeter. there's some birds there too. Okay, we'll have a look. Maybe some herons? I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of water there, and it's a lot easier to see from this angle, but it's really dry. We need real rain to fill things up. I think I hear sandhill cranes, though. And okay, so these are all, as far as I can tell, they're all great blue herons. And I thought I heard cranes, sandhill cranes. Let's look, see what's going on here. They're concentrated in one of the few areas where there's some water. I may have just heard a swamp sparrow. I hear a Canada goose. I think I hear a mallard. I'm not sure who this is, though. Could be a mallard. I don't think so, though. And I see probably a greater yellow legs, if I had to guess, or two. Well, maybe a couple of them. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, I'm hearing the cranes, I think. Some geese there along with a great blue heron. Hold on, I don't know where the cranes are, but I'm hearing them definitely. Oh, there they are. Oh, hold on. Got some swans there. Mute swans. Or at least the one in the foreground is. Yeah, they're both mute swans. And as for cranes, some gulls there. Geese. I think that's a great blue. Looks like it. Great blue. Wait a minute, I thought I saw sandhill cranes. Didn't I see cranes? There they are. Okay. Is that a crane? Might? I don't know. It might be. I think it might. Maybe not. Yeah, I think great blue heron, actually. Yes, great blue heron. But that, even that area back there seems to be drying out quite a bit. We need rain. Now, we might get some in the coming days. I hope we do. I don't know about the forecast for this area. Well, we're going to move on, and I think we're going to drive towards Van Dyne Spoor. I mean, there's some activity, and actually it's been concentrated in the few areas of water. That's nothing. But okay, let's get going. It's getting late and it's getting dark, but we're going to continue until we're running out of light. I don't want to hear that. Play the song that's been in my head for a little while. harvested on the right. Maybe. That was Coastline by Richard Elliott. I liked that song the first time I heard it. Welcome to Van Dyne Spoor Road, everybody. It's 56 degrees here. My headlights are on, so it's obviously getting dark. And we're not going to have all that much time here to see things. And with the cloud cover, it may be even less than we ordinarily would have had. But we'll do our best. Now, last week, you may recall, we came here, and unlike the prior weeks, we didn't see great egrets. And, the prior weeks we had seen quite a few great egrets. And last week we really didn't see any. I don't know if we saw any at all. We did see some great blue herons. What's that on the road up ahead? Cat. So what will we see today? I have no idea. Almost looks like the ground is wet here, but that could be a factor of what kind of pavement is used. No, it looks like we had some patchy stuff come through. Some areas are wet, some are not. Well, it looks things. Either that or else just some tend to dry more quickly. Now this area that we're heading into, if you didn't know, does stay, it's not closed off for winter, but there's no winter maintenance that's performed. But even if we could, assuming even that we can get through on the road, I don't know if there would be much to see in the wintertime. There could be. I mean, if the marshy area up ahead, for instance, has open water that's not frozen, not covered with ice or anything, it might draw waterfowl. That's very possible. I'd say our visit last week wasn't quite as good as the prior weeks. I'm hearing somebody. It sounds like a chickadee, maybe. Now we're here even later, though, than the prior weeks, so I don't know how much we're going to see, if anything, really. And looking out on the water as I drive, I'm not seeing anything yet. There's not much water here. I see some puddles on this road, which is something. Just meaning that, you know, some rain came through. Like I said, you know, we may, I don't know about this area, but we may be getting some rain, and it's definitely needed. It's not that it's been all that hot, it's just been dry. There's like nothing going on. Then I go some ducks. Hello, duck. Mallards. Gotta love ducks. I think I might be hearing Canada geese. Yes, I am hearing Canada geese. And while we're here, let's look way out. Not seeing anything. I'm going to look with binoculars. One second, let me set it down. I'm not sure if I'm seeing anything way out there. Come on. That might be a great blue heron there. And there might be some birds swimming in the water out there. Too distant for us to see under these conditions. Another duck or two. Oh, more ducks actually. Mallards. I'm guessing mostly mallards there. Maybe even exclusively. Great blue heron right here. Some Canada geese there, just a few. And sound like there are more over there. Now last week, you may recall, we did see good numbers of sandhill cranes here. And they seem to be coming in. And I don't know if we'll experience the same sort of thing this week. Maybe they're already here. Maybe they're not coming. I don't know. But we're seeing them and hearing them as they were coming in. Mallards. I think they just got spooked by us. Not very close, but they kind of seem to be spooked by us. Stopping here. There's now more water to be seen. But I'm not seeing, at least with the naked eye. Now, I admit it's dark and I'm not seeing as well as I would have if it were lighter, but I'm not seeing, a lot of great blue herons. I see another one, though, right now, closer to us. You're not going to be able to see it. But certainly nothing like what we were seeing just weeks ago, with lots of great blue herons and lots of great egrets. Things have changed quite a bit. And, it's not simply how much water is here. There's water here. There's another one, another great blue heron. And something white. I'll bet it's a swan. It is. It's a swan here. And I can't see it just yet, but I would not be surprised. I wonder if it's the same mute swan we saw last week. And when it comes to something like that, you just, if it is that same mute swan, you wonder what's wrong, why is it here? Is it okay, or is it just spending time here? Something disturbed the water here. Anyway, let's see if we can see that swan any better. It is a mute swan. And I'm hearing more Canada goose vocalizations. And what is here? Nothing. Okay. Not a bird anyway. All right, let's switch cameras and see what we can see. Oh, hold on, I've got to change the battery. I was wondering, I was like, boy, I haven't changed the battery yet today. It's got to be getting there, and sure enough, it is. I think I hear a song sparrow, chip note. Here's the mute swan. Gadwalls. See that white on the one on the left? It's got that white patch. That's distinctive, or at least fairly distinctive. And in the distance, that looks like a pied-billed grebe. More grebes right there. They're not ducks. Oh, wait a minute. See this one? Now this one has a white patch, but it's it's lower on the body and maybe a little bit farther back on the body. That is an American widgeon. And you can, well, we saw it. I can't see it now. That's a male widgeon, American widgeon, and he had a little bit of a creamy colored patch on his forehead. So that's an American widgeon out there. Some of these duck species we don't see all that often during the summer, and now with migration and into winter we have a much higher likelihood of seeing them. Now, over an area like this, you can see it's kind of difficult to see what's there just because of the vegetation poking through the water. Who's that in the back? I'm not sure. Oh, those look like wood ducks back there, or at least one of them does. I think we have more widgeons here, American widgeons. And next to that Canada goose looks like a muskrat swimming. Wood ducks back there. Mallards there. Okay, let's drive forward a bit. Just look with binoculars. Or wait, you know what? Last week, you may recall, late in the day, it was getting pretty dark, but all of a sudden there was a lot of activity, a lot of birds coming and going. Canada geese coming, and it seemed like the various ducks were leaving. I don't know if we'll have this something similar today or not. I think I'm hearing a cardinal or two. No sign of any sandhill cranes, though, so far. I'm not so sure who's splashing around there. It's too dark for me to see. I don't know. herons there. One is more difficult to see. It's right there. But by the looks of things, I mean, it is dark, yes, but there are a fair number of birds here overall. Maybe more ducks than there had been, you know, in prior weeks. And who knows, maybe they'll leave for the night and find, I don't know where they go. And we've heard some Canada geese, but I don't know if more will be arriving. I mean, there's still some time yet before it's, you know, really dark. The clouds are not helping. If it weren't so cloudy, it would be a fair amount brighter, I would say. I mean, if you look up there, you can just tell it would be lighter. Hope we didn't frighten that mallard. Oh, I think I hear that plover again, black-bellied plover. We were hearing the last couple weeks. So this looks like a great blue heron here. Yeah, I think so. Okay. And I hear a killdeer. Now, as for these ducks, I'm not sure what they are. At least some are mallards. Look like they're mostly mallards, maybe all mallards. A couple more geese coming in, just two that I can see. And, oh, a number more now. Don't know if I can show them to you or not. And the plovers are continuing to vocalize. I think there are at least two of them. Couple drops of water on my windshield. A couple more geese coming in. No sign of sandhill cranes though. No vocalizations that I've heard. Just hearing the killdeer again. Just an artificial light there in the distance. Not sure what that is. All right, I'm going to hold on a second. I can't see. You're going to lose sound, okay, everybody? That didn't work. Oh well, sorry. I was trying to maybe take a picture of whatever that was out there, but it's, with my current setup, it's a little difficult. But it looked like some kind of mammal out there, maybe I don't know what it was. There it is. Again, I don't know what it is. Well, I think we're starting to, obviously it's getting a little dark to see anything anymore. More geese coming in. And I don't see them, but I hear more coming in. 1 second. Oh, good numbers. One second. That's what it looks like if we really want to brighten things, but I just can't show it to you live. But I've brightened things up, and I took a slow shutter speed photo there, just to show you kind of what it looks like. Well, everybody, I think it's time we called it a day. We're not seeing all that much more. Hope you've enjoyed the day. I can brighten it up even further. 1 second. And I'm hardly trying, to be honest with you. With still photography, you can do things you can't do with video sometimes. But anyway, like I said, I think it's time we called it a day. Hope you've enjoyed it. Where'd my chat room go? I tell you, the YouTube app is just terrible. That's a still photo of you know, of now. Hold on a second, I'll show you another one. Let me, I'm going to just change directions. Let's take a photo of the road, okay? That's what the road looks like. But this is what the road really looks like right now. And I'm brightening it up on this camera a little bit, I think. And there's some light spilling off of my, you know, from my headlights. Anyway, it is time that I packed up and headed home, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the day as much as I have. I hope you've enjoyed it actually even more. And, you know, we didn't see all that much up here in Montezuma, but we did see some interesting things, certainly. And I liked some of the activity we saw on Wildlife Drive, as well as a decent variety of ducks. We didn't get to see them all that well here, but also at Wildlife Drive. And even although the water levels were really low at East Road, you know, in the marsh, we were lucky enough to see some good great blue heron activity there too. But again, we're out of light. Well, kind of out of light, and out of time, and it's time for me to head home. Everyone, I want to wish you all well, and we will see you next time. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. Bye-bye.